Well, here we go. Fat fish. Yeah, just out. Ooh, that's hot. Coffee's a lot more hot when you don't have 60% of the mug is milk. All right. Let's see if we can finish this up. I don't understand. Huh? Oh, that's one. Part of that. Makes sense. I wanted to do this. Think. Just a bit more distinct color there. What colors am I using? I'm just using like made up colors that don't exist. Or is this like this color? It's not a real color. Or rather, I guess I haven't edited it. Oh, ho, ho. I think it's going well. Started. Let's find out. Wish I was doing art as well. What are you doing then? I wish I was programming. Damn, I'm jealous. Hey, you wanna draw little fishies? Very good trade. I don't think any of this is gonna work. This is too dark. And this is too... we'll need the in-between here. I can't pixel art though, I need at least a 1K canvas. Maybe you can it more than you think. You never know. So easy. Draw something. Sketch just pixel art, no. Looks like pixels need more patience. Compared to just sketching something, yeah, definitely. At least if you know how to sketch. I'm not a good sketch artist. I'm absolutely terrible at sketching. It is not something I have in my skill set. Now can we maybe reduce the amount of bright yellow here? I don't know. It sometimes I come into scenarios where I feel like I just like completely lose like my ability to color things, and it's just like like why does it look bad? I don't know. Like it just does. Looks okay, I guess. I also wonder if, like, should we go harder on reducing it again? Sure. But yeah, it can need patience for sure. Is side ad? No, I didn't see anything. What, like a Twitch ad? New technology? Hello Shadow Turtle, how's it going? Kept your sound and played me a muted ad the height of your video. It looked like a YouTube short. Weird. I haven't seen that, but I use an ad blocker on Twitch, so I don't know. I haven't seen an ad on Twitch in ages. The second I have to start seeing ads on Twitch, I get depressed. But that's the point of them as well. There's only one that I know of that works. It's called AdGuard Extra Beta. Pixel art? Yeah, we're doing pixel art. Doing a semperfish. It's the only form of art I can even sort of do. Yeah, same. I cannot do high-res art. Like, learning how to set up, like, brushes and shit is one of the big hurdles for me. Because I cannot be arsed. Like, I don't have the energy to figure that shit out. But then there's also, like, there's so much other stuff that you need to know how to do art properly. Like, drawing lines and stuff. It's an entire skill that you have to learn. I don't know. I don't have time. I want to be able to do high-res art too, but I just... holy shit. If I had to choose between, like, being an artist or a programmer, I would probably choose being an artist. And at that point, maybe I would learn how to actually draw normally as well, but... at the moment I have no reason to. I like pixel art because you can just, like... it's like drawing with vectors. If something doesn't work, you can just edit it. With high-res art, it's not that easy. Unless you're doing vectors. But vectors are it's its own beast as well. I learned how to draw from a concept art curriculum. It was awesome, like sculpting in 3D but in 2D. Couldn't afford the school, so I contacted the students and they sent me the links to books and the curriculum. Yeah, that's... honestly, like... I went to university twice, and I regret going both times, because it was literally just going to class to watch some slides on the overhead. And I was like, I can just do this from home. And then I just did. And the only thing is that you fail the tests because they bake in like one thing that isn't like in the slides, that you had to like be at like every class, to like be at that one class where they bring that up. And then you fail because you don't know that. And then everything else you know. And it's like I hate school. But Why? So that you go to school. Academics are weird, like, are we here to pass or to learn a skill? Japanese... Oh, I applied for... game design. It was a game development, game design class, or a course. 3-year course. But I didn't get in, so instead I got a web development with programming focus thing that I was in for like a year or so. And that was ass. I've never had programming made so complicated to me. But we did start with C++. And then they, of course, because it's university, like almost any course in uni, is like, it's not meant to teach you a skill. It's meant to be like sharing like the academics behind it. So you're just studying like all the bullshit that nobody cares about or needs. So it's like infinitely overcomplicated right from the start. And then when I dropped out after that, I went home and I started learning C++ myself. And I was like... I had a book. It was like a 300-page book. And I was reading through it and I was trying to understand it. But I couldn't understand like references and pointers via the book. Because it was like... The references section was like 20 pages. Instead of just actually explaining how it works, it was just infinite dog shit about it. So I just gave up and then I installed GameMaker. And now I understand references. Because you just need to like use them a little bit and then you get it. You know? It's not that hard. But it's also harder than, like, once you know something, it's very hard to understand how hard it is. It is kind of tricky to learn in the beginning because there's so much stuff to wrap your head around. You don't know like what fat to trim in terms of like all the info that you're getting. When in reality, you need to know like almost nothing. I feel like I could probably write like a 1 or 2 pages introduction to C# to like make it understandable. Almost. Instead of 300 pages. Writing like tutorials and stuff like that is actually something I want to do. But it's too much work. Too much work. We want this to be transparent. Transparency is kind of... It's not something that's usually a good thing in pixel art. You can use it, but it's usually not good. I mean, I kind of like it here. Just make that be like a little bit. But normal transparency is really bad. Maybe an addition. I think that could work. It's just a little bit... I don't know. Like, a large point of doing things in pixel art is making it deliberate. I take care, Shadow Turtle. Thanks for dropping by. So when you're using transparency, you get uncontrolled random colors, right? And instead you would want to just draw it yourself, you know, like, oh, if this is going to be transparent, then we take this and we take that. And then we create like some kind of color in the middle, in between those instead. Maybe if we do it like this, we make a gradient. And then you can do something like this instead. Like control it yourself a bit. But this is also try hard. And then we put some actual like whites here. As actual like water glistening reflections. Not too grainy. Oh, it crashed? Okay. Yeah, it keeps crashing. Alright, let's use YouTube Music. I might just replay FF6 before we start Baldur's Gate. I'm not sure. I've been trying to come up with something to play before Baldur's Gate, because we're gonna start Baldur's Gate like in a week or so. I was looking at the Final Fantasy VI mods, but I don't really buy it. Like, they seem kinda lame. Like, the T Edition one is just like a bunch of references and shit shoved into the game. I don't know. Maybe try it just because, but it seems so lame. Hello, Zeke. How's it going? Thank you. We should just do some art streams in the evenings. Shadows of the Forbidden Gods? Autistic X game, I think it's fun. No, never even heard of that. But my trouble is always, I want my, like, I want to love grand strategy games so much, but I want them to be like really autistic RPG sims. And that's always why I struggle to like enjoy them. Accursed. What is it? 15 bucks. There is a demo. We just tried demos tonight. I have a bunch of demos I want to try. Not quite as autistic. Like, people say that Shadow Empire is autistic, but I don't agree. Like, it kind of is, but I think it's just convoluted. Like, it's not actually, like, that complex or in-depth. It's just harder to understand. I like, because I like when they are autistic. My issue is just usually that they're not autistic enough. You know, like when you're playing Crusader Kings or something, and I'm like, there's not enough. Like, it's not deep enough. I need more. Shadows of Forbidden Gods. Sure, let's download the demo. Crusader Kings was very boring to me, nothing happens. Yeah, that's the issue. Like, I want to like those kind of games, but there's just nothing. And that's like... especially Paradox. Like, that's Paradox in a nutshell. It's like, they've got this vast, like, game with systems and shit, and then when you actually play it, you're not doing anything at all. Shadows of Forbidden Gods is like you have a world with towns and cities, and you have to use your followers to plunge the worlds into the darkness so your chosen evil god can rise and kill everything. Sounds good. Yeah, I installed the demo. Maybe we'll do that tonight. There were a bunch of demos I wanted to try. Like, a bunch of demos Kibbs had mentioned to Country of Fortune, Valor Mortis, Drova, Perinal. Yeah, I also bought Outcast. Maybe we'll play that at some point. Hello, Metallic Chair. How's it going? This is a fancy yes, it is. He's pretty much done. Like, there are still some things to polish here and there. But overall, it's mostly just like fixing up the background or whatever. If I notice anything. How am I? I'm alright. Been better, but I'm alright. I've just been really exhausted for a while now, and it doesn't seem to want to let go. I used the power of my Photoshop skills to put Indio in the froggy chair. Okay, sounds good. Chronic exhaustion sucks. Yeah. It's definitely not sleep. I actually have no problem sleeping. I sleep all the time just fine. It's just some bullshit. I don't know. I've been meaning to go to the hospital and try talking to a doctor again. I've done it. I've taken blood tests like 40 times. Like, and everything is perfect. So it's like, I don't know. And you know, it's one of those things where when you talk to doctors, they're like, I don't know. You know. I don't think it's diet. Like, I've tried everything. How was your last blood test? Oh, they were perfect. They were great. Like, not to get into a whole health thing, I guess, but I used to be extremely depressed, like extremely depressed a couple of years ago. I was on antidepressants and stuff to try to like deal with that, which like barely helped at all. And after that, I also started thinking like, oh, maybe I have like some kind of autoimmune illness, because I always feel like I have a fever. It, like in my head feels like it's like I've got a 38-degree fever or something all the time. So I started like trying to change my diet. Like, I tried a vegetarian diet for a while, which just absolutely was the worst thing in the world. And then I went on a carnivore diet. And the carnivore diet almost completely eliminated my depression. But and it also alleviated a lot of other issues. Like, I used to have extreme like nasal congestion all the time. Like, I had to sleep with my window open, or I didn't feel like I could breathe at night. And that also disappeared with the carnivore diet. And like tons of things got better with a carnivore diet. But it didn't fix everything. Like, my fatigue is still pretty much the same and whatnot, so I don't know. The only thing that ever helped, that like relieved my brain fog and my exhaustion, well, not my exhaustion, I don't know about that, because I was in the hospital, but the only thing that ever did anything for my head was after my appendix surgery. They injected me with what is it called? Antibiotics, right? Because that's what you do after surgery. And that was like, it was like it completely cleared it. And my brain just went into like hyperdrive. It was super weird. It's the only time I've ever had anything like that. And that's why I've been meaning to like talk to somebody about that. But the thing about having extreme fatigue all the time is that you don't do things. So I haven't bothered. And also, it's summer, so nobody works at the hospital. And I live in a tiny town, so there's nobody there anyway. So this is why you like butter in your coffee? Yeah, the butter in my coffee, that's like a carnivore thing for satiety. It just... It's that, and it's also, you know, lube up your insides a bit, so to speak. That helps a lot. But I also don't mind it. Like it's not like good, but I don't think it's bad either. I don't mind it at all. Lube up your insides. Now you sound like Bino. Yeah. So yeah. And it is like my fatigue is extreme. It's like a 7 out of 10. Like it's really, really bad. It's to the point where like if it were like one more step, it would be I'm like not able to work pretty much. And that was how it was like a couple of years ago, like 2 years ago. I was completely burned out for like a year or more. And that's like, usually that's like one step away almost. So right now we're like at a 7. Usually it's kind of like a 6. Burnt out is like an 8. More or less. But yeah. I am trying to like get into keto again, so I don't know how much of that is making me tired right now. I think I've been fucking it up by drinking too much milk though. I'm trying to avoid that now, like starting today almost. I would never be able to get out of bed. Well, when I was burnt out 2 years ago, I got out of bed and then I went to bed in my couch, and then I slept 3 times a day. So yeah, you can get out of bed, but then you go to bed again. And yeah. But it's one of those things where it's like, what do you do? Because the doctors don't, like, they don't know how to deal with any of these kind of things. I think it's like a modern thing, like caused by something in modern life, whether it's medication or like glyphosate or something like that we're all exposed to all the time. That's why like this is becoming more and more like a common thing. So like modern medicine like actually have no idea what's going on. And to be fair, anyone who claims that they have an idea what's going on have no clue what they're talking about either. That's why I try like random bullshit to see if it does anything, but it never does. But yeah, it's pretty rough. Hello, Charles. Feeling alright today? No, if I was, I would be programming. Yeah, some people are sensitive to things and others not. Most people seem to be fine, but I can't caffeine or I end up hating everyone and everything to an extreme degree. Ever experiment with biphasic sleep? Like 4.5 hours every time the clock hits 12 or something? I thought you looked sick, to be honest. Honestly, it's no different than it's been for like 3 weeks, more or less. But yeah, I am really exhausted. And yes, I have. I tried. Like I heard about like how Trump does that. Apparently, he sleeps like 3 times a day or something, or twice a day or something. I tried doing that, but I can't fall asleep that fast. So whenever I try to take a nap for like 2 or 3 hours, it takes like an hour for me to fall asleep sometimes. And then I end up just like barely sleeping. Yeah, it is a window line. I wouldn't mind a midday siesta. Why? Because you're sleepy or because it's hot? Which, or both? Oh yeah, no, we were talking about the biphasic. Yeah. I want more coffee. I actually don't feel the coffee. I only drink coffee because it's like a thing. Cause I started drinking coffee when I was like 30. And it was only to like try to feel more awake, but it does nothing. I literally don't notice it. It doesn't do anything at all. It probably just makes me worse, to be honest. Sleepy, but it's also 100F out routinely. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, now what I want to do here is work on the wall. And the wall is going to be rough. There you go. When I was 30, you don't look much older than 30. It's because I'm being a hermit, an incel hermit, serves you very well. I'm 38 this year, by the way. So we're almost 40. I think there's 1 pixel slit. 13 years older? Yeah. That's what people usually say. Charles, are you the same age as I am? Or are you like a year or so different? I'm an 88. Yeah, he's another 88. That's what I thought. There's a certain vibe like 88s, 87, 88s, 89s have. You can kind of tell. We have a similar understanding of this dark world, that's true. Similarly black-pilled. Shit. This is gonna be really rough and hard. It should basically be like this. I have abandoned all pretense of a serious society and embraced the humor of life. That sounds good. Sounds good, man. So, doing wood is like, you gotta do something like this. And then we gotta somehow shade like the in-between. This is gonna be too stark. Needs to be more subtle. And then as we're doing that, we need to like somehow shade the insides also in a way that like transitions into the inside color here. But the inside color might need to change, but I think this is a bad color. So is all of this is a bad color. Texturing wood is really a pain in the ass. When you're doing like smaller stuff, then you can get away with more... How do I put it? Like less detail and more... more implied texture. But now since this is so large, I think that's gonna be hard. But it's like we just gotta do something and see if we can get it to work out. That's the key. And we need an in between here. Actually, let's do that. I don't like this. Oh, lazy. This looks harder than drawing. This. There are things that are easier in pixel art than painting, like when you're doing real art. But there are things that are harder as well. Like, when it comes to like anything that you can do with a brush to just get like the feel that you want, it's like you can't do that with pixel art at all. Like if you're drawing a tree, for example, if you're using a brush, you're just painting, you can so easily like cheese that, and you know you just do like some with the brush, and then you use like a brighter color. Congrats, you have leaves and everything, and it's like shaded and perfect, and it just looks good. In pixel art, you can't do that at all. You have to draw like every single fucking leaf yourself. The stupid stuff I do in GIMP, I barely needed any tutorials. Yeah, honestly, I feel like tutorials is something that isn't like super useful. It can be. But I guess it depends a bit on the tutorial too. And I guess it depends from person to person too. I've never really used tutorials personally. I pretty much just save references, and then I look at references and I'm like, okay, how did this guy texture wood? How did this guy texture, steel? That kind of stuff. How do they draw eyes here and there? And I think that kind of approach is worth a lot. It's for me, that's like how I've really learned that, and just drawing, of course. I don't know how this is gonna work out. I mean, to say real art is hard, it can be. Yeah. I learned through mimicry. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. You know when people say that they're doing studies? That's what that is. Do I have two different, like, almost identical colors here? And it's actually very valuable. Like, doing a study is just looking at like a real person, and then you just copy it, like that's how it works. So in the same way, if you're looking at like some art that you like I want to be able to draw like this, and then you just try to copy that helps too, because art is very, Like, a lot of art is just learning the muscle memory and just the feel of it and how to do that. And that's why it's important to do studies, because it's like knowing how to draw like a chest or something, or like arm muscles or whatever, it's not enough without actually practicing it a bit and getting like the feel for it. So copying is 100% completely valid, as long as you learn from it and don't end up just copying as well. Hands, yeah. Hands and faces are the most difficult things you can draw, because we are so used to looking at them and recognizing things. And hands have little tiny subtle things all over them. Little bumps and whatnots. One of the biggest problems here is that this color is kind of ass. And adding another one is going to be really rough. Now it's too dark. But this is also an okay in between. This is way too dark. This is too bright, that's too dark. And then we'll probably need to flatten this a bit. We'll see. Because it's supposed to be background, right? So the highlighting can't be that that strong to like overtake everything else. But it's also easy for it to feel like it's nothing. We'll see. I think what we can do is we do the most details here, and then as we go along, we just do less and less and less. Maybe. That could work. And then over here, there's like almost nothing. Here, there's a bit more. Here we got some. And over here, we like maybe not even use this color. Just use this. And here we need to continue. Adding them more. This is all about relativity, so... What is this? Why is there two? What colors do we have here? We have this. 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 This, and then this, but then there's also like which ones were different? Yeah, here. What is this? This is like here. I think this one is better, maybe. Because I wanted it to be a little bit like darker, redder. And I think they're actually like too yellow already. Hello, Semper. Yeah, going a little too going a little too hard on the wood here, I think. But think of it as practice. I'm de-rusting a little bit. I haven't done art in ages. Alright, Semper, thanks for dropping by, though. Appreciate it. I don't mind the noise. Do you ever use any brushes for random textures? No. I have done, like... When I've done trees in the past, I have made, like, a leaf brush. Like this. And then, like, shaded it like that. And then used this as a brush to like paint leaves, and then had a bunch of different like that, and that has kind of worked. It's a really retarded way of drawing trees, but it did kind of work. Let me see. I don't know which one is which. 2017. Yeah, this is something I was working on like 1,000 years ago. I worked on this for so long. This was just like me trying to do something. This is where I learned how to do this. And see, I was just trying to make a little scene here to like just figure out like what to do or how to do things. As you can see, it's kind of evolving the whole way. Here I made a tree using that kind of method, sorta. And I could never, like, get it to feel really nice because I don't have enough colors, I think. So, like, the contrast always felt off. And I keep changing the colors because I'm like, it doesn't look right, it doesn't look right, it doesn't look right, it doesn't look right. No, it still doesn't look right. Oh, no, that's too bright. Where'd the trees go? Oh, there. Oh, yeah, here. I didn't use that method here, though. This is a pine. No, this is a spruce. Spruce tree, I think. Pine tree. I don't know what this is called. But this was ages ago. This was before I even met Gibbs. Everything I did was super dark back here. Boom. This was supposed to be like a JRPG. Made a bunch of animations. Oh, don't know what that was. It's way too dark though. God damn it. Oh, that's... God, this is so old. What is this? Oh. Oh, that was terrible. It can work, but... Oh, this one was so ugly, I think. Yeah, this one was so... Like, oh my god. I was trying to make like a huge tornado spell. And it was just so hard. This doesn't look good. But this is like something you would see in like an old RPG. They would do it something like this. You know, just like a pillar that goes over the screen, and then it has like some... Yeah. The water bubble. I didn't know Game Maker games have issues with Proton. Or you're on Linux. This one took forever to make. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, that took forever. And the end looks terrible. Would personally go full Linux now if it wasn't for music plugins. Oh, you do stuff with like a DAW? Yeah, I can see that. What was this? Oh, yeah, this one was not good. The Ableton license I'm paying also doesn't have a Linux port, and apparently never will. Yeah, fair. I tried dual booting, and I almost like broke my computer. Why isn't the explosion here? It's somewhere. Well, whatever. Whatever. I'm not dual booting. Windows being like 50 gigabytes. Yeah, it's pretty big. Yeah, I don't remember which one I tried installing, but I just ended up breaking the master boot record. And then I couldn't launch anything, and I had to like fix my computer with a USB drive. That was spooky. Ever since then, I can't be arsed to try doing anything Linux. It's just too much of a pain when it does go wrong. And to be frank, I would prefer not having to use Linux. Like, I like how Windows used to work. I don't like how Linux usually works. I don't like the way, because Linux is made and designed by programmers for the most part, and I don't like how programmers think in general. So using that kind of stuff is really annoying. Yeah, I am a programmer, but that's the thing. I'm a programmer out of necessity. I'm not a programmer at heart. and those like people who are like really into programming as like, yeah, I'm just a programmer. I just program because I think it's fun. They usually have a very specific way of thinking that like, I guess it's there's nothing wrong with it, I guess, but it's like doesn't match up with how other people think. Like they think in terms of like button clicks, like button if a UI is good or bad, it boils down to how many buttons do I need to click to do this or that. Doesn't have anything to do with like logic or like finding the function or something, you know, like that's just my experience with programmer designed things. But yes, like Windows is not in a good place. But it's like I did in the Linux distro I used, it was like, oh, you want to change your display settings? Oh, that's in like the JXSD3 executable. I'm like, okay. Why is it called that? Yeah. I hear people say there are easier distros all the time. That's probably true. But I would say Windows would have to get very, very seriously like unusable before I would even I could bother to switch. Because I feel like most things that people like don't like auto updates and stuff, that's stuff that you can easily disable in a way that's easier than using Linux. And I've done that, so it's like, for the most part, it's like okay. My laptop feels like it's crying all the time. Yeah, laptops like doing that though, but you are right. Windows is insanely bloated now. In a way where it's like actually real. Because back in the day, people used to say like, oh, Windows 7 is so bloated now. Which, it was true, but like comparatively to now, it was like fine. Because now it's like... But it's not just Windows, it's like the browsers and everything, right? No, Windows 7 was the start of the end. Windows 7 is like the devil in disguise. It's... but comparatively, it's like heaven. Like, I actually booted up a Windows 7 computer and I was like, oh my god, this is so much better. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, like when we're streaming Final Fantasy 14 and I'm sitting on with Kibs on Discord and he's streaming his screen and I have that stream open on one screen and then I have the YouTube chat and the YouTube stream open on another screen while we're playing the game. Without fail, the browser crashes and says it runs out of memory. And I have 32 gigabytes of RAM. Every single time. And I'm like, okay. Because, like, everything is just... Like, nothing is actually well programmed anymore. Everything is just really, really badly programmed. Because they have the overhead of computers being more powerful now. So... everything just like doesn't work. Everything is a wrapped web app. Yeah, like Discord is literally that. Yeah, it's so bad. And now like Windows. The start menu is a wrapped web app. And that's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? That's Windows 11. As far as I understand. I don't have Windows 11 yet because I refuse to get it. But from what I understand, yes, it's supposed to be Proton now. Or whatever it is. It's not Proton, is it? It's not... It's called some... Photon. Is that what it's called? Something like that. Yeah, it's super stupid. Electron? Yeah, right. Yeah, that's it, I think. Ba 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 ba. This is the kind of thing that usually you would like to have a trick to make it go faster, but I have learned over the years that tricks to make things go faster always make it go slower. Usually the best strategy to do anything fast is to just fucking do it without, like, thinking about it. But if you have, like, a strategy set up and, like, you know how to deal with it fast, then it's usually faster. Like, I could find the repeating loop of this, because it's just a line, so it's gonna have a repeating loop somewhere, like 2 to 3, 2 to 3, or whatever. And then you do that, and then you just copy paste the rest. But whatever. I have tricks to get ideas flowing fast when working in a DAW, but after a point it's do it yourself. Yeah. I really want to do music. It's something I've always wanted to do, but I've never gotten to it. I actually bought stuff. Like, I bought a guitar, but I don't have the energy to learn it. I wish I did. I also bought a Scarlett, and I bought a little USB keyboard that I wanted to use, but I've never gotten to it. Because for me, it's like, I need it to be practical, right? I need it to be like for a project. And so far, I just haven't gotten to that stage in any of my projects. You can try Strudel. I mean, the Scarlett comes with Ableton, so I do have like an Ableton version. But yeah, I haven't had time, I guess, to sit and try to figure it out. It's also learning a new skill is... Oh boy. An open source music programming web app? Okay. I can DM you a template I made that's very tinkerable. I would say yes, but there's no point. I'm not gonna get to that anytime soon. We'll get to that if I ever get to the stage where we want to start making some little tunes and stuff for anything I'm working on. Which honestly could be like kind of soonish, depending. Because once like the UI is somewhat functioning and whatnot, it wouldn't hurt to have like a little tune for my side project game. You can make variables like intro / verse / outro and just learn by tinkering. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same as learning to draw, right? It's just, and same as programming too. Like when you start programming, the biggest hurdle is that you don't know where to put your foot, right? And I feel like the same is true for doing anything in a DAW. It's like, I just don't know where to start. You just need to like throw some drums in there and then just do something and just get used to it a little bit. What was it called? Brutal. Poodle.cc. Patterns. Damn, this is complicated. Holy shit. This looks really hard. Hard in the same way web programming is hard. That there's just a bunch of things you need to learn. Just functions. Seems a bit complicated because there's also a lot of ways to end up with the same-ish results, right? You know what? I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom.
Ooh.
All right, we're back. Tea break. Wish I had some tea, but I just finished a cup of coffee. Hmm. Hmm. A lot of zooming in and out. I'm not very... I really am not good at using the preview window. Like, it's only there for you guys. I don't ever look at it. I'm a zooming in and out guy. I think that can kind of work. Like this is how I draw. Alright, we're on the second plank. Officially on the second plank. And here we need to try to reduce the amount of detailing so that we can have details here, less details here, less here, less here, less here. And that'll also speed up making this. I think that might be too bright. And we'll try to use less highlights here, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Just do something and then adjust. That's the strat. It's always the strat. Just do something, then adjust. Here I feel like this might be too much already. Try relaxing on it here. Ooh. This is kind of ugly here. Yeah, here it's like yelling at me, like telling me gotta chill out on that. And I would say that that is probably the biggest part done. Because now, if we start having a bunch of stuff in the background here, it's gonna collide too much with the detailing on Semper himself. Mr. Semper. No, that doesn't work. Needs a little bit more grain density here, I would say. What's a good free art program? Currently using Fire Alpaca, Sprite. But it's only free if it's only free if you. Also, it depends on what art we're talking about. If it's pixel art, I wouldn't use anything other than Sprite. You can get it for free. Because you can compile it. From GitHub. There used to be a website that just showed you how to do it. But it can still be a little tricky. But really for pixel art, I wouldn't use anything other than Sprite. Does this work? That works too. But this is one way to do it. There are plenty of guides how to do it. But I think Sprite is by far the best art program for pixel art that you can use. It's like, and any alternative is paid. Pretty much. There's a free version of Sprite called Libre Sprite, but it's terrible. Compiling it yourself is only tricky because there's like tons and tons of steps, and it's very easy to like skip one and think that you didn't skip one, and then you're stuck because you actually skipped one. Like, I've done it myself, and that's what happens. But Sprite is also really cheap. Unlike other art programs. So he did raise the price, I think. So it is kind of... no, it's only $20 now still. Oof. Yeah, $20 is a decent price. Other art programs are a lot more expensive, like Clip Studio is like $60. And Clip Studio is bad for pixel art. It's yeah. Almost every other like paid art program is just not good for pixel art. Because they're not made for it. Whereas in Sprite, everything is made for it, so it's like just selecting and being able to move things is super simplified. And that's for working with pixel art, because it's just how you work with it. I do think it should zigzag out a bit again here. Hmm. A little tricky. Alright, have a good night, Lacey. I feel like I made it worse. Am I dumb? I'm gonna have to manually do that. I just wanted them to be like a bit bluer. And less prominent in the image, I guess. Maybe that was too much. This one didn't want to turn blue. It just goes dark. So we'll have to do it manually. Increase the blue. I guess that was why it was so hard, because the blue was really low. Yeah, okay. I almost feel like we might need a darker color over here. It goes further away, but maybe not. Maybe we just need more brights, rather. Could be what we need. not entirely convinced it works. I think we need a darker color, which unfortunately kind of breaks the plan, because that means we're gonna have to draw more details again. And we're gonna have to dither this in one way or another. Over here, it's like not needed that much. Maybe like a dash. But it shouldn't be much. And then over here, it needs to be more and more and more. Where here, it's a lot. And over here, it should be like almost exclusively. Right, that feels a lot better. Something like that. Save. Then here. Okay. I wonder if this is ass. was hoping this would look cool, but I think it might be bad. I think so, yeah. Maybe we can just do a little bit. Like just up here. Hello, Morty. I'm alright. How you doing? Drawing some fishies. Or rather... some wood. I don't know. It feels a little bit harsh, doesn't it? I was hoping I would just be able to draw something like this with the shading tool, but I don't know. Feels a little harsh. Oh, I have an idea. Maybe instead of it being darker, it should be brighter. Does that make any sense? Okay, my favorite part of this so far is the look on the Chatfish's face. It's the look. That's the Chatfish look. Oh? Oh? But yeah, I don't know. I wanted the texture to be able to, like, you could see it a bit through the water, because that would be cool. But really, kind of jam. No, I would have to do this on a different layer in some way, so that I can control the strength better. Which we could do. We could try doing something like this. I suppose. We can either do addition or multiply. Just make it be like a very, very small amount so that it's just a hint. Or what about overlay? I think overlay would be good. I do want this. One way or another. But then what we can try with the overlay we can also try gradient. It's very quickly gonna become like invisible. That dithering doesn't necessarily make any sense, or anti-aliasing doesn't necessarily make any sense. Because it would need to be... It would need to be AAing towards the background. Be like... something more like this. Even then, it's kind of ass. Anti-aliasing is kind of weird. I don't really have a good grasp on it. It's not... Because the reality is, it's not really supposed to be kind of like this. It's supposed to be more like... It's about, like... darkening pixels that are too far out on a curve. And on this curve, like, they wouldn't really be too far out, like most of these. It just ends up looking a bit bad. And even if I were to just try to add like another color here, to bring it more towards the wall. I don't think it would work. Maybe that helps a little bit. We need to go back cleaning this up a bit, because there's gonna be all kinds of little issues here and there. And then we'll be more or less done. Could maybe try adding like some sort of since it's glass. I don't really have a lot of good ways to shade glass. Like this is the typical classic way to do it, I would say. I don't know if I like doing that too much. But it could work with the composition a bit. I'm not someone who really knows what I'm talking about when it comes to composition, but I do know lines a bit for framing. And I think we have pretty decent... The one thing is like this thing in the background, which is supposed to be the... the like tank glass edge, right? And it's going through the face, which is meant to be the focal point. But I felt like that was better than... Couldn't really think of a good way to put it like above or below without it being in a weird place. But like you got... You got lines like this, like that, with the thumb, the arm, and the hand here. You got that. Right. You got the chatfish eyes, which kind of crosses, like, pushes it there. You have this, and this. And the leg is not like amazing, but you have this. Here I tried kind of doing some lines here, but that one doesn't really matter that much. I did try doing some stuff like that. I think if we find everything I want to clean up, I think maybe that's it. I guess this is really actually more like this. Rat. Ratvolution. This one is unshaded. Just realized. Hello, Bear Lampshade. How's it going? Like this. I don't like this. Also, these should actually have outlines. They will need to be colored. Wait, we can just order. How long? I don't know. Maybe like 20 hours. Not entirely sure. Here it doesn't need to be that much darker. That's okay. And then here, maybe do something like, oh, that. Something like that. I actually have no idea, really. But I think probably around 20. This one, I don't know. I feel like this one is just gonna be ass. What are we gonna do here? Yeah, dude, I'm doing all right. Just trying to finish this up. Do anything here with this? Ooh. I don't really like this, to be perfectly honest. It's so sharp here. There's like no way to solve it. Because now that looks like shit. Maybe. I think it needs to be like fatter. I think these should be less jaggy and grainy. Just be more smooth for the leaf feel. Nope, wrong layer. This one looks kind of shitty. I don't really like it that much. Maybe something like that could work better. And here it's like kind of the same issue. Except kind of not. I mean, I guess that's actually kind of okay. Maybe. Maybe that works. Kinda. Doesn't look the best. The ratios, I feel like the ratios are a bit off. Like, I feel like this should be like that. And then up here we do something more like that. There's that. Something more like that would make more sense. Are there any other issues remaining? I wanted to do like more reflection on the water, but I think it's too much. Specifically too much work. To be clear. That would be a lot of work. The fins aren't entirely done. They should be shaded a little bit. I think just the one there. Anything else would have to be darker. Don't want that to be too much darker. Is there anything? Weird. How long have you been drawing for, like in general? I don't know. About 10 years, but extremely on and off. I've been programming almost exclusively for the last like 3 years. So, haven't really done a whole lot then. But I do like animations and stuff. Otherwise, this is super duper duper old. This is like, I don't even know. This is like 9 years old. And now we're working more with... A lot of these are super placeholder. Attack. I've been drawing for 3 years, maybe almost 4, but solely doodles. Can't stay motivated on the same piece of art past 5 hours of work, let alone animations. Yeah, for me, like if I don't have a goal, like a practical use case for whatever I'm drawing, then I really don't have any motivation to do anything. I only make art because I'm a game developer, so I make art for whatever game project I'm working on at the moment. And otherwise I don't really do art otherwise much at all. For me it needs to be practical. Yeah, I mean the best advice I can give, to be honest, is to make sure you find like actual pixel art references, because references are really like the way to go, pretty much always. But even if you have like a reference for a car, knowing like how to texture it and stuff like that isn't necessarily easy. Nowadays I feel like it's kind of hard to find pixel art references though, but I think all the galleries are still up. Not sure. think here we should actually have like a bit more. Color or shading. But the hand is actually like, skin isn't really that glossy, but I feel like if I try to make it less glossy, then it just feels off. Maybe more is the play. I don't like these like random watches, but it's one of those things where if you clean too much of that up, then it just looks bad too. But yeah. Trick is to just do something. And then hopefully it works. And if it doesn't work, then you keep working on it until it works. And the key is to not blow your brains out before you reach a point where it looks decent. That is the secret. Secret sauce. Oh. I think this is too much. This is not implied. Yeah, that's what I thought. I feel like I like the darker. Like, I don't like the hand glowing so much, but I feel like if I reduce the color strength, then the shading method doesn't work anymore. Because then it's like the highlights become dull. And that's just like, it's like a dirty color. I don't like that. This is weird. In my opinion. I think we have to stay with the dark outline because the background is so dark, so we can't have a brighter outline there. Anything else that still needs colored outlining? I don't think so. This could maybe just have this instead. Something. And this here is honestly kind of like too bright. It's almost like this. Should we fill on that? Maybe here we could do something like this at the tip, because it's super bright there. Just a little bit. And here, it could be more viable to have a brighter outline because of the dark background. Unless it starts glowing, which it kind of does, which isn't good. It's not ideal. Also, this outline is too bright or too saturated. By quite a bit. Let's see, what's that? That's this. Okay. There just isn't a color that's better there, really. I was working on the wrong one, I think, or was I? No. This is really the one we're using? Yeah. Are we done? Something like that. Wait, did I send him the wrong one? I think I sent him the wrong one. Fuck. Sent the wrong one. Am I fucking retarded? Like, am I genuinely retarded? I did it again. Holy shit, I'm so stupid. Oh my fucking god. Hello, Chow Chow, how's it going? Oosh. Oh. Tonight's stream might be some fucked up time. I don't know. Maybe I could just go to the grocery store and buy something. I was gonna make ribs, but they're thick ribs and they need to be in the oven for like 3 hours or 2 hours at least. And I haven't even started it. I think we're not doing that today. I think that's for tomorrow. We'll probably just go buy some sausages. I think. Well, like, we're pretty much done for today. Local store leftover hot sausage rolls, half price. Yeah. I usually don't have sausages off, unfortunately. The other store does, but we have 2 grocery stores. I'd like to go to the closer one. It's like 100 meters apart. And the second one usually has more like hot dogs and meats on you know, short date sale. But the reason they're on short date sale is because they're like some expensive bullshit brand that's actually more expensive than buying other hot dogs even when they're like 30% off. So I'll probably just buy some chorizo or something. Sausage, a good D&D Pathfinder ration / snack for adventurers. That's true. I prefer salamis, and I'll finish it in one go. Salami is not like a dinner sausage at all. Eating like a whole salami as for dinner, that's crazy. But yeah. If it's the dried one, no, I'm probably just gonna buy some actual, like, the ones you need to cook, not the dried sausage. Fresh sausage. That's a thing. But yes. Unless Semper has any thoughts. Do I have any thoughts? Think I should grow a beard? I usually have a beard, but it's not a real beard, it's just I didn't feel like shaving. No. I do think we should have something here. And this is super nitpicky. Ah, that sucks anyway. And then this one kind of sucks instead. Not that it matters. Hold on. But now this one is maybe a bit too... I'm being retarded. Getting caught up on some minor detail. But yeah. Kibs is really good at posting my stream like 5 minutes before I'm gonna stop. This is a very recurring thing. But yeah. We will be stopping there. I think the Semperfish is done, unless, like I said, Semper has any thoughts. And then next time we do some art, it's gonna be trying to finish up the honor guard design, the one that we've been working on, and then we need to get back to programming. But if I don't. If I end up not programming for a while, we'll be doing some sprite work for Terrestrial War. Legends of Terrestrial. And we'll see. But hopefully we get back to programming soon. And we'll be back after I go to the store and get some food. And I think we'll just play some demos today. I have a bunch of demos I want to try. Yeah, terrestrial war video game. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Or do I find the time for that? Yeah. We're gonna try this one, Shadows of Forbidden Gods. We're gonna try Harinoth, Heroes of Descent, County of Fortune, Valor Mortis, Rova. What was there another one? Did they release a demo for like some RTS? Was it like Dwarf or was it another one? Dustfront. Got my Jeeksters down to 1 MS for 100 times 100. Looking forward to see how you trash my best. That sounds pretty like... That sounds about as good as it's gonna get. Yeah, we can try Dustfront. Only single thread, can't be asked for multi right now. Yeah, that's fair. I think multi-threading is actually really difficult. Pathfinding. Because it's so reliant on... Is there a demo for this game though? Did they remove the demo if there's a demo? How did you guys play this? The Mound demo. Oh, is it one of those bullshit things where they had a time sensitive one? Yeah, I know a lot of developers do that, and it's complete bullshit. They're like, oh, you can play the demo now for 3 days. It's a closed beta? Oh, maybe. I mean, that would make sense. But I have seen people do that. They're like, oh, here's a demo. You can play it for 3 days, and then we're removing it. That's bullshit. I don't like that. But yeah, closed beta, that's different, sure. But isn't this like a multiplayer thing? I think so. It is, but it's not. But it's good, not co-op's long. All right, fair enough. Anyhow, we'll stop there. Next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye bye.